Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, the sun that irradiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to this creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from and goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. Same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became the man's soul, what would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. in the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider what life shall my soul create, because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 billion children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet, and the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts from the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of the man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by his soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today, you were not aware of it. From today, you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the citizens. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth about it. As you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity now knows in fact to handle the thing. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have less, they have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that it can done when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation, of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 416th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, January 20th, 2022. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be host today, along with Dean in the KF studio. And of course, we are welcoming Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will once again be delivering another Knowledge Seekers Workshop here today. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin? Can you hear me, Mr. Keshe? Okay, I'm not sure if he can hear me.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Can you hear
yes?
me?
Yes.
Okay, we go in different channel. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to the series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, we welcome you to this series of knowledge seekers programs, and we hope we learn and we teach others more. As you have gathered, we are trying to progress to understand more about the cycle of changes and creation and how man has come to progress in different ways and different means of the intellectual and what I call the structure of the life. As we progress towards creating a flight system to be able to take man with a machine, or for man to understand more of totality, we come to one point. And if you understand this in what happens actually to us and is real to every single one of us, then we have to translate this knowledge into the systems we develop that we can match, we can copy. We saw the lightning creating fire. We went and we tried to understand how the fire starts, and we made tools to make fire. We understood how the energy of the atom is creating different conditions by radiation, and we went and created nuclear technology. Now we have to understand how what we all of us know, and we go through it more or less on a daily basis, every day, every 24 hours a day, in one form or another, in one shape or another. How can we replicate this in the technology and the systems that we make, that it works the same? That the fire we make is the same fire as it was made by light and the thunder. For us, as we develop the space technology, and we are moving away from moving matter state of the things into energy state of the things as a plasma, we have to be able to match and replicate the same. In a daily life, we dream. In our sleep, we dream. Physically, we are there. And our physicality, when we are present with our mother or father or a friend who have died and passed away or is away from us for years, we carry all the emotion and the knowledge we have with them in a state of dream. It's not just that we stand there physically. We remember every conversation we had when they were alive, when they were with us, and we carry all the emotion with it. We remember how the mother smiled. We remember how she laughed. We remember what it meant, the expression she uses in the sleep as she used when she was with us. So transmutation of the man from one place to another has to carry the same. the body of the man in an enhancement unit, in a flight unit, if he chooses the path of the physicality, should carry all that emotion, should carry all that feeling and all that memory. When we transmute a body, person, object, we have to carry all the emotions of with it, not just the material state of it. And this is a part which now we need to understand before we get to the flight through enhancement units. Before we understand the transmutation and transportation in the new dimension. In few teachings before, I referred to the RNA of magnetic field, that it carries the memories of, that it carries where it has to go. One thing which the world of science has not managed to understand up to now, how does magnetic field in its state of plasma reduces in strength or increases in strength or divides. And the moment we have a discussion in the world of science, can the ray of light be bent? Can we bend it? And we look into the galaxies, we look into what we call universe, and we see, yes, the light can bend when it comes near an object or what we call a star or a galaxy. But has man knowledge reached the point to understand that we can not only bend the magnetic field, we can break it up, we can divide it, we can split the magnetic field, but there is a method to it. There's a technology for it. There is understanding and comprehension of every part of it that mankind have not understood up to now. This is where many parts of the world of science will break up in what we know up to now. And a lot of things will make a new sense. A lot of things becomes much easier to understand in the world of science and technology. And for us to be able to transmute man or object, we have to understand this. Otherwise, we just carry a bunch of energy without emotion, without feeling, without understanding the totality, without being able to interfere with the whole collection of what we call emotions man carries in the dimension of physicality and man carries in the dimension of the soul. We will run into massive problem because we will be only carrying the physicality, most probably because it has no emotion. The head will be on the foot and the foot will be on the head, and God knows everything else. Because we created the emotion out of the position of the physicality. We brought a new dimension into the world of science and technology. In science and technology of the creation, not of the man. We have to understand, we have to be able to comprehend the extent of the change that the new technology will bring us in the coming time, in a very, very short time. Man will go into a new ways of travel, transportation, new ways of communication, and new ways of understanding the totality. And it's the responsibility of the Keshe Foundation and the scientists who work with us and develop this technology with us to understand from now on, we just don't carry the voice down the telephone line, or we just don't carry the man as a physical body to another place. We have to carry both the voice, the emotion, and the man in the dimension of the plasma, not in the dimension of physicality. Otherwise, we'll be on the way for decades to come and centuries and thousands of years to go from one star to another. We've seen changing the body of the man in a certain G's, 50 G's, 100 G's. What's going to happen? The body of the man tear apart. We have to transmute the structure of the body of the man into a dimension of the energy, plasmatic energy, with the information, with the emotion, and with the understanding of the all what is being gathered in that cell we call the soul of the man, or dimension of the plasma of the physicality of the man. We will, and wanting it or not, we have to understand this technology of the creation, understanding the method of the transmutation and transportation of the, not only the plasma, but the emotion of the plasma. We create plasma by interaction of electrical fields today, and we see lights and we call them the plasma. That's the plasma in a matter condition. We create plasma in a field condition, which is created by the energy and the fields of the what we call magnetic field of every part, every cell, and every emotion. Remember, you made a mark, you burned the skin when you were young. You're in your 50s and you're in 80s, that burn mark is still there. But how many times in the cycle of your life your skin has changed? The layers of the skin has changed every 28 days. And still 50 years down the line, the mark is there. We have never analyzed why. If you are repairing, it should go away, it should not be there, because we did not handle the emotion of the burn when it was physically burned. If you go back, as we said some time ago, and it's in part of the teaching, when we took the condition of a burn to what we call air packs, what we have in the cars, when the hand of the man and the body of the man was burned by the impact, when we used the gases, which is the plasmatic energy, there were no sign of the burn. We missed the part. It was just a talk. The gases can do with a burn without any signs of it. Why? Go in more detail, just not to happen, that's it, we go. But how come if we get a burn from a match or whatever, we have it on our skin? Does this mean that with the technology of the plasma, we satisfy, we fulfill the emotion of the damage into our layers of the skin and in the soul of the man, in the memory part of the physical structure? Because it's the brain which structures that the cell to change. If it's not changed, it keeps it there. You touch fire, you burn. You remember why you burned. But the emotion of it is not handled. That's why we see the skin sign. But when we give the plasmatic energy to it, when we do it with understanding the new technology, there is no scar, because now we satisfied both the emotion and the physicality change. This is the part that many of you have done. You burn yourself in the house and you use gases. Oh, you went and there is no scar. Maybe for the first time you understand why. Because in a plasmatic condition, you haven't just fixed the soul of physicality. You sorted out the soul of the man in the attraction, the soul of physicality in the emotion, that I don't need this. I can repair it. I can satisfy myself with it. Now we need to understand this. In transportation and transmutation of the new flight system, we have to understand this. We have to be able to carry the emotion with the what we call plasma of the man, when man transmutes from one to another. And get it right when we get to the other place. On Earth, I move you from New York to Tehran through the plasmatic emotion. I don't need to carry you with the physical dimension of aircraft system, because you won't stand the G forces. So I have to hold you, cuddle you like a mother in the system and deliver you the correct way. And if we choose to do the plasmatic way, I have to be able to deliver you that the emotion of your sight does not change to the emotion of your hearing and your hearing to your smell. I have to deliver everything that the eye sees, not hears, and the ear hears, not sees. It doesn't work. So it becomes to the point that the world of science, world of technology, has to understand the new change in the world of science, has to understand the next step in the dimension of transportation and transmutation in a plasmatic state. How do you see with the eye of the soul when you're in another position in the universe, where you've got the eye and the sound the other way around? This is the responsibility of the new research and development to get this in that position. As we are going into the dimension of the flight, as we are going into the new understanding of the process of the creation, as we are developing technologies to be able to deliver the totality of the knowledge, we as knowledge seekers have to become fully aware of, not after testing and trialing and then they say, oh, we missed something in the knowledge, we missed something in understanding, we missed something in totality of the process of the creating our systems or developing our systems, which allows us to take into condition of flight. In these new systems, in these new understandings, as we see, we have no choice but to understand the process of the interaction of the fields. When we come to the point of these units, where it carries the emotion and the soul of the man to enhance, and then we embed these in the new systems of the flight, where do we go? How do we inherit? How do we correct these things? We are not talking about the future, this might happen. Already, flight systems have been built in China. These are the production lines coming off the line in coming days and weeks as we deliver around the world. This factory has been set up to meet the demand of the Keshe Foundation. These are the flight system, which now is going to be with you. It's become part of your life. It becomes part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation and work in space. How do we structure ourselves in these systems that when we arrive at a point of destination, we will and we become as one? We can deliver the totality. Sorry, the first 200 people, we never understood that the emotion has to be carried. We delivered a lump of energy from Tehran to New York. The emotion was left behind. This is part of our work. This is now, is not the knowledge of just making systems, is to deliver technologies, to understand more of. And it's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers who are advanced and work in this part. Be it you're on the government side, be it you're on the independent side, even individually, you carry work in your garage. Because your garage most probably is sometimes more advanced than the government laboratories because they haven't understood. They're just trying to copy with understanding the soul of the knowledge, the root of the knowledge. In this coming time, how do we place, how we get our systems built in this new flight system that we become and we deliver a totality of system. When we deliver 100 units a month, we have to get everything right. We have to bring new standards. We have to bring new dimensions. We have to start the delivery of the technology in a correct way from outset, from the onset of the first trials. How do we make these systems? How do we adopt these flight systems? This is not a talk anymore. This is the reality the world of the science, the Keshe Foundation, and other scientists around the world have to face. We have opened the Pandora box, and there is no way for it to close. There is no way for it to become separated from the rest of the present knowledge. There is a line, there is a borderline now in sticking to the past knowledge of the matter state or moving to the state of the plasma transformation, transportation, and transmutation. We have seen even today with, after 2 years of what we've seen with this plasma situation across the world, mutating and mutating, now the scientists find out we have nothing to match it. Because accidentally, maybe we found something which did something with some of it, but we have not understood the root of the creation of the plasma, the interaction of the plasmatic fields. Even in the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers have become limited to understanding of a few things which was given hand-fed instead of adding fed. What do we do? Where do we stand? How do we put 100 of these units a month in the next year across this planet when they just stand as a shell? Where the technology has not carried the understanding of the totality. I can develop to a certain extent that systems can be delivered. But how, as a human race, we are going to develop the next stage, the next step? When we launched the enhancement unit originally, it was just what we call a health unit, a material unit, enhancing of whatever. But now we are in a flight system. We have to take a man and deliver a man in totality. What is the extent of the knowledge? How far we as a knowledge seekers have come, not to be sentimental about the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, but to understand the totality of the process of the what we call creation of fields, plasmas, division of them, creating conditions of them. If we go back to one of the very first reactors which we built in Tehran, one thing which the Iranian authorities and the scientists never understood was the true secret which sits within the structure of the Keshe Foundation systems, which sits within the what we call clarity of the information which was missed. In a way, we have to understand that the new technology, to become part of the plasma technology, needs the totality of the knowledge of the man. When we interact, when we deliver, when we bring in about the delivery of technologies like this, we have to understand every process of it. We have to understand how we create conditions for creation of the what we call energies, plasmas, opening them, closing them. How do we make a neutron and us decide the time of division and not leaving it to the hand of the what we call whatever it might be? When we look at this technology, when we see the enhancement of the 2 nuclear space reactors of Iran, we now understand there is more to the knowledge. Understanding to create nuclear division understanding to create a plasmatic nuclear division is the key to be able to succeed, to use all the systems you see. When you look at this picture, you see the totality of the knowledge. You see the understanding of the totality of what man needs to know to be able to transport and transmute across the universe, across this planet, even in their own understanding of the knowledge and technology. This picture, from the day it was made, I said, when would mankind see that all the knowledge is needed is sitting on the table? Up to now, we waited for the nuclear division. We waited for the split of the neutron into electron and proton. This is the question I put to Professor Leslie in Queen Mary College. I said, your knowledge is not complete, sir, because you cannot dictate the time of the division. You're here sitting at the will of God. So you have not understood. And Professor Leslie told me, Mehran, you're too far ahead. You ask questions that we have answered. This is where it sits. This is where the knowledge is. This is where, after 40 years, 50 years, 40 years as a nuclear physicist, we have to answer. How can we control nuclear division? Not half-life, when it happens randomly in a few milliseconds, in a few hours, in a few days, in a few million years. I should be able to bring that million years into milliseconds and milliseconds to million years. The questions I put to you is not something new. It's taken me 50 years plus to find answers, to find solutions, to see the reason for it. And that division comes exactly the way when you carry the soul, when you create the division for the soul of physicality to separate and then create the totality of an atom of physicality of the man. To you is a sentence in past few minutes. To me has been a question of developing for 50 years. As a nuclear physicist, as one of the leading plasma physicists in the world, to understand how we can change the plasma. We control the plasma change, not the destiny of time and the environment. This is why in Fukushima we could interfere. Even the American scientists who took on the stole and the Japanese who made billions out of it never understood it, just watched me do it. If we understand that division, if we can control that, when we can bring what we call interatomic fusion, the electron within the proton and make one neutron, and then decide when we divide that neutron to another electron and proton, but be exactly the same. To be able to compensate for the losses of the separation and addition of the fields in cohesion of the totality. This has been the biggest question. This is one of the questions that the world of nuclear has never had answered. The scientists in the world of cosmology have no answer and they just jump it. We cannot jump it anymore. We have to understand it because we are faced with it. It's on the screen. How can I create the division, transportation as one unit, as one neutron, compensate for the losses of the environment of it, and then be able to bring it back together? Go back to book 1, where we show the principle, fundamental plasma. When it divides to an electron and a proton, it releases some energy. So when you want to put that electron back with the proton, you have to compensate for those losses, but exactly the same. That the environment doesn't take it, but you understand the changes. You understand the dissipation of the field. You can compensate for it, that you go back to the original neutron not a neutron which already lost some part when it was divided. I cannot take you from London to New York, and sorry, when we get to New York, we lost some energy on transformation and separating, we lost the leg. We go and find the energy that we can put the leg back. This is one of the first things that it came to me at the age of 8 or 9 when I sat on the bottom end of the X-ray machine in Tehran. If it comes in me and it goes through me, how much of me is added and how much of me is taken? And it took me 30 years to find the answer. And you're taught in one lesson to even think about what you couldn't think. We have to find, we have to understand that when we transmute the soul or totality of the man as an energy, we have to bring the information, the emotion, and totality of it back in any position in the universe or on this planet in one form. For you to travel with the speed of light, which passes the matter speed in the dimension of physicality, you have to understand how to add the energy to pass the point of the speed of light in the dimensional universal light, which we have not understood yet. The light you see in the stars, sky of the man, is exactly when it's produced there and then and what you see. Not 1,000,000,000 years on the way. Never heard such a nonsense in the world of the science. Once we understand this, we can be at the star instantaneously. We can be part of it. If we can compensate or increase the fields of the plasma of the man to the strength of the point and the position of that star, we shall be there instantaneously. How long does it take to get a magnet, which is the same, to pull together? We have not understood the magnification of the plasmatic fields. We have not understood the vision of the magnetic fields of the plasma. And we are still, in Farsi, we say we are still, we're still stuck in the bend of the street. We haven't understood where the street goes to. We still got a problem, can we bend the light? And how come sometimes light bends? Is it an energy? Is it a photon? Is it part of the totality? Why some of the light bends? And then if you can bend it, you can divide it. Plasmatic radiation and division of plasmatic radiation is the next step of the teaching for the world scientists to understand. How do we create plasmatic radiation? Be it in alpha. Alpha is still, we call it, is the energy of whatever. But in fact, it's a plasma. It has a field strength. It has a dimension and it has a volume. So if you understand this, we can create alpha radiation as much as we like anywhere in the universe. It's not just what is in your smoke detector sticking on top of your ceiling. Understanding the change in the plasma is the key, is the next step for evolution of the science of the man. And from now on, we try to open this door that is understood by those knowledge seekers in universities, in institutes, in nuclear centers, to understand there is a new way. And then with it, we literally put a nail in a coffin of nuclear industry. Do I need to create a division, to create heat, to build these massive nuclear reactors? To do what? To boil some water, to get some energy, to change in electricity, where I can create a diversion and the division of the cell of a plasma and get the energy I want there and then. What is this all hullabaloo going on? Where have we missed the science of the creation? As a nuclear physicist, I set out 40 years ago, for 50 years ago, to understand this. And now the answer is simple. We missed the truth about the fields, the magnetic fields, the RNA of the fields, the division of these fields by emotion of the fields and not by accidental condition of the fields. When you sit under an X-ray machine, have you ever asked yourself, where does this field come from? How do Phillips and Siemens and the other people create replication of exactly the same fields all the time for the bone so much, for this so much, for liver so much, and then we go into MRIs and the rest of it. But we haven't understood how we do it, how it's done in the creation. We become monkeys, just copying. When you create X-rays in the X-ray machines, how does it work? And can we replicate this in our nuclear reactors? Can we replicate this in our plasma systems? That we create a condition of creating magnetic fields, plasma radiation. Then we have broken into a small part of the knowledge of the creation. When a beam hits surface and creates so much field that it always gives X-ray or always gives gamma ray, isn't this the same as we have a sun and we have an earth, and then the interaction of them creates plasma fields, that the interaction with the field of the earth's inertia becomes a matter state or becomes part of something else? What have we missed? What have we missed in the knowledge? That we understand it in one part, but we miss it in the other part. Many of your knowledge seekers will be lost with the teachings of today and coming up. But these teachings are targeted at the nuclear physicists who are in the background, they listen. This is targeted at the plasma physicists who listen to these teachings continuously. It's targeted at the elite scientists who bring the change in the world of science. As I said, many people listen. And the knowledge seekers at the front are just what we call educated in the technology of the Keshe Foundation on what it is. Scientists in laboratories around the world, when they listen, they understand. Nuclear physicists who listen, understand where our dilemma is. Space technology has changed. We have, as a nuclear physicist, to understand the totality of the creation of the neutron. And with the knowledge we have, we become the creator of that neutron. And with the knowledge we have today in the plasma technology with the Keshe Foundation, we should be able to decide the division of that neutron to electron and a proton. And can we understand enough that we create 2 electrons and 1 proton? Doesn't this happen in the womb of the mother? We get identical twins. What have we missed in the knowledge of the man? What have we missed in the knowledge of nuclear technology, in the advancement of the plasma physics and in cosmology? Or do we need to make nuclear physicists out of cosmologists that they maybe see the coherent interaction of the fields and the division of the fields? From today, we know and we have to understand how to make magnetic fields to divide, magnetic fields to increase their energy, magnetic fields to absorb more energy, to become stronger. We have to understand the process of the creation of the plasma. what we call the neutron, what we call the fundamental element. If we don't understand the fundamental element plasma of the creation, what are we doing here? Back to the cave, rub a few sticks, and you make fire. The understanding of the process of the flight, especially in these new systems, which is on the screen, is sacrosanct in understanding the process of the division of the plasmatic field's radiation. And our friends in CERN are still playing with twigs. Even they don't know how to hold the twig because they don't know what to do with it. Our friends in nuclear center research centers around the world, as a nuclear physicist, you have to change your process. You have to understand we can create nuclear radiation at any level we like without harming or being absorbed by anything else to create nuclear damage. If our scientists understood when we used the gases, when we saw the lady going to Japan and using the Japanese nuclear test centers on the street to show what is radiated or not, we should have understood we have changed the game. The Fukushima test done by Ikoko in Tokyo, in Fukushima, gave a lot of knowledge. But as you're not the man of nuclear, you could not understand what it meant. We absorb the energy. But what happens when we absorb that energy? What divisions within the cells of the plasma of the material which absorbed it creates? Does it split that plasma into more plasmas, or does it create a more energetic that can become something else? The secret of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation in the space-time plasma technology was shown in Fukushima years ago. But as you're not nuclear physicists, as you don't understand the plasma physics, we've done something with Fukushima. But we never understood the knowledge and the technology behind it. When I saw live what was happening in Fukushima, as Ikoko was showing the absorption and reduction, I was ticking boxes. 40 years of work, correct. Thus can be division, correct. Can be creating other fields, correct. And then step by step, allow us to add to the knowledge and to put in confirming the theories and the practicality of all what was in the patterns. In the next few months, as we develop the technology, as you have seen these machines become a flying machines in your back garden, in your cities, we have to have the scientists who understand it. We do not create captains to understand which button to press and a manual if something goes wrong, do this and that. The knowledge, the manual, the understanding of the technology has to be in the soul of understanding of the technology by the captain, not on a piece of paper. We have no papers in the universe. Sorry, we are on planet Zeus, and what is written as paper here structurally, plasmatically cannot exist. There is nothing. No message in a bottle. But we need to understand it to get to the next phase. We need to understand it to be able even to understand the situation with the plasma conditions we have that has paralyzed the economy of the world today. We ran out of the magic of the first injection, second injection, third injection, and now we see the scientists, they tell us the fourth injection has no effect. Report coming out of, as I've been seeing from Israel, the new fourth cycle has no effect on. We ran out of luck because we didn't carry the or comprehended the totality, the structure of the virus. And if you're knowledge seekers and you read the paper about the plasma, what we call the virus and bacteria and the other, you already knew more than the scientists and the heads of the nations know today. We have to. We have no choice. And other scientists in the background work to bring this process forward. We have to understand the process of the creation of the plasma as a fundamental plasma, how we become the creator of it, not is there. How we become the creator of the condition of the splitting of it into a proton and electron. And then this is what we call the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. And with it, bringing the totality of the physicality of the man as the two souls interact. And then being able to get the electron back in the proton and make that fundamental plasma exactly the way it was before it split. Sorry, you can't see with one eye. We left part of the plasma at the division point. This is the evolution in science. We are not a cult. We are scientists who understand the process of the creation. And with what we understand, we have to set up structures, systems, technologies, knowledge structure that can deliver the knowledge of the creation of the process of fundamental plasma. After 20 years, after 15 years of the Keshe Foundation, now we go back to the first chapter of the first book, because you read it. Now you have to make it. Up to now was on the book. Now is in the system to flight. And the most fundamental point for all of you is, if the system creates such a plasma, how many of you are the electrons which going in to the plasma of the proton of the system? Protected. And at the point of delivery, we can let you out as you were. Now you understand the gravity and the extent of the knowledge which man needs to gather in the next few months. It's not just making a reactor. It's not just creating a flight condition. It's creating a plasma that can hold to the fundamental structure of the creation in the universe, irrespective of the place, time, and position. Now, as knowledge seekers in nuclear centers, as knowledge seekers in space systems, in China, in the United States, in Iran, and the rest. Forget about your rocket technology, forget your whatever you made, trying to understand the transmutation through the plasma. This is the time to bring the cosmologists, nuclear physicists, plasma physicists, and the space people together, and as one group, as a one team of understanding, create the flight machine, the life support machines of the future. These new flight systems, I already have designed it. It's for you to understand that. It's not just screwing a bottle, welding something or whatever. You have to look beyond it. The biggest problem for you knowledge seekers and the future of space technology is not anymore literally what you see as a reactor. Your problems sits when you created these fields, when you created these conditions of the flight, when you close these doors, what fields are created inside? The fields inside are the neutrons. The man walking in it is that proton, which changes to the fundamental principle of the energy transfer of the plasma. You remember in the teachings in the past, many times, many times I refer to the point that a banana is a banana as a matter state as long as it's in your hand. Once it goes in your mouth, due to plasmatic fields of your mouth, now it's in a new condition. It's in a new plasma state and it's not in the matter state. That mouth is the door which you see in front of you on the screen into the system. And we have to understand this process. How now, by closing this door, we don't just close the doors of a space system, but how would other systems sitting next to you, they interact with each other? Because the fields are not just only inside the system. The fields being built, the system between the walls, are outside too. How much of it we can control? How can we stop these systems to bang against each other even in the first flight? How do we create the protection for these systems that while you're holding the what I call the baby of the souls inside, you can protect the system from outside and integrate a system that while it's creating a plasma of a fundamental structure can add to itself that it can hold its integrity as a whole. The womb of the mother, the skin of the mother, and the environment outside the mother skin, and the womb inside and the environment where the child is grown. This is what we are. We are in a position, and we have to understand this. Otherwise, these flight systems are nothing but cascades. Cascades we make and we leave it there. One day somebody will understand. It's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers who understand this. Especially, I speak directly to the Chinese aerospace space people, directly to the American space scientists who work in the nuclear industry and into the plasma fields. You will not succeed. As we saw in China, they invite us and they said, can you give us the fuel composition? That we can just fly. I can give you the fuel composition, but you don't understand what's the next step. Flight is not the only object, because once you fly with a plasmatic condition, you become part of a new field within it. And a nuclear physicist, especially a space physicist in a plasma field, have not understood this. It's a job of scientists to to the layman that understands. Layman is not the one who is happen to be on the street. It's the nuclear physicist, it's the plasma physicist, it's the cosmologist, all the what we call aerospace people on this planet. They are the lay people. They have not understood, and they need to be enlightened. They need to be taught for them to see to the next step. When we put people in these structures, when we put people in understanding of the work of these systems, we need to understand the totality of their structure. We need to understand what this structure brings us, what would affect us, what will bring the changes which we will see in the coming time. Once we install the systems, once we bring these systems into operation and fit them with what we call the latest space technologies, a lot of things will change. With systems, once the whole structure is fitted in, the man is not the man anymore. Is the plasma of the man, is the what we call the structure of understanding of the totality. This will bring a lot of dimensions to us. It is not anymore banana. And how can we, as knowledge seekers, bring the whole understanding of the flight with a plasmatic condition? Then we will see the man will change. The man will not be the same. The man will have to be, to understand, to be part of a new technology, new understanding, new composition of order of fields, new way to be able to transmute, transport, to be able to understand the totality of the knowledge. And then we have to see how much of this we have understood and how much of it we can replicate. Maybe today's teaching open your eyes, especially those of you who work on the edge of technology, to understand this. We have to become the creator of that fundamental plasma. We have to become the controller of that fundamental plasma. How to be able to split it and how to be able to bring it to create a new condition that allows us as a scientist, as what we call understanding of new technology, to be able to deliver a comprehensive system that carries the emotion, carries the what we call the fields of creation, and carries the physicality of the man in both RNA and DNA. And this will be a major breakthrough for a lot of you. And this will bring you the understanding of the totality of the knowledge of the creation. If you can understand this, and if you can take it to the next step, then you have gone one step further in the whole process of the creation of transmutation and transportation. And maybe we enter a new dimension. Maybe we come into the position to understand the creation of fundamental plasma. Maybe then we should be able to replicate the creation of fundamental plasma. Then maybe we can reach the point to understand the creation of the totality of the creation. Then would be a place for theology, and would it be a place for what I call understanding of the creation. Would we, as a new race of man, for the first time understand partially more of the total structure of the knowledge of the creation. Fundamentally, we can say one thing. And that is, this machine, as we see it, is another craft, is another man-made craft with a physical dimension of entrapment of the physicality. Once we embed into it the plasmatic systems, the creation of the fields of the plasma of the creation within the walls of the system, this craft is a universal flight system. In a way, it can travel the depth of the universe. That's what is called the universal system. And it can deliver man at any point in the universe. It's the totality of the understanding of the knowledge of the man who has to go and become beyond the extent of the knowledge of today. How would mankind fly with this machine without the plasmatic system inside it? And how man will fly with these systems with a plasmatic system inside it? How we will come in touch to see the grandmother or the mother with a full emotional understanding, with a full comprehension of existence in the dimension of the magnetic field of the universe, and us in the dimension of the fields of the plasma as part of that magnetic field. The connection for us to see the mother is a connection of the fields which we established as a division of the cells of the energy of the mother with us. The fundamental plasma is the mother, and the child is that division of the fields and the strength in the fields. We have not even managed to understand that in the dimension of the plasma. How does the energy divide in a plasmatic condition in the field of strength, not in the plasma strength? Is not cutting the plasma anymore, is splitting and keeping the same the fields of the plasma, the fields which make that plasma, and at the same time keeping the fundamental principle of the plasma and all its information within it. Where do we go with what we have on our hand today? What is the position of us now that we have come to realize that the science of the man has opened itself to a new dimension of the understanding, where the fundamental plasma can divide in two, and then in any proportion it can come back to a new plasma, or it can return back and keep and create the first and the same fundamental plasma, where this, by its inherent condition of the fields of the environment, will create what we call frictions and a small release to its environment. How can we go back directly to this and not to this? This is the dilemma for you as a knowledge seeker, as a nuclear physicist. This is the question which I asked years ago from our senior scientist in nuclear industry, and nobody had an answer. Now, as a simple knowledge seeker, you have the answer, you have the technology, you have the knowledge to be able to create this. understanding of the totality, understanding the truth about the division of the fields is what mankind will come to understand is the key to the world of new science, is the key to the new world of understanding of the technology. This is where we become a scientific organization and not a cult. Even though up to now you spoke about the soul, but the soul to a nuclear physicist, a plasma physicist like me, is in fact a neutron. I can give it any name you like. The soul. Make it to become the soul of physicality and the physicality of the man. A proton, an electron, or anything else you like to call it. I can paint it the way it suits your eyes, but it does not change the fact about the knowledge of the creation. And then at the same time, this will be divided into others and to the others and to the others and the rest of it. Where this fundamental plasma in the process of its division and condition and in the process of interactions with the fields which it created itself will create new plasmas, new conditions, new what we call divisions, that the interaction of these fields now creates a new plasma. Wouldn't that be the soul of the creator? And this, the soul of the man, which in fact it came from the beginning. I made man in the image of myself, because it comes from the process of division of the fields of me. And I don't need to divide myself, as at this point I can release part of me, that it becomes part of this division. And I can interact anywhere at any position with anything. Then you understand some of the names given to the Creator in Quran, part of the 99 names of Him. And if you understand all, when you read Quran, you understand the 100, which is this, the 100. Understanding is omnipotent. His understanding every others, because he radiates the same. It depends where you interact with him. He doesn't decide this part of the plasma of the universe will receive less and the other. He radiates the same, like a sun. It's you and the fields which turn and toss and create the winter and the summer, the black and white skin and everything else. But in truth, the fields of energy of the Creator radiates amongst all of us. And if you understand this, in this fundamental system of lights, we create that embodiment. How closer you want to go back and how you want to understand the process of creation, even while you are within the system. As you see, the totality of the fields, I create a new field condition. This is why, if you understood, I always said, I can give you a fish. I can give you a man in a pool, if you remember. Because I have the knowledge to be able to create the fields of the universe within the water. Then, as I change the fields with the strength of the field of the emotion of the soul, I create a man or the beast or the fish. One drop. That drop is the energy fields of the creation, which to my knowledge is easy to make, to use in magic. Now you understand more about the totality of the knowledge of the plasma technology. Now you understand the fundamental questions which I have put across the scientific world and professors and lecturers in the life, in universities and colleges, and nobody could answer. And you as a layman, as knowledge seekers of Keshe Foundation, can see and understand more than professors and the doctors and the PhDs at this moment of time on this planet. This is the truth once you understand the process of the creation. How do I make that fundamental plasma? I call it a neutron, I call it a soul, I call it the essential source to create that condition with love, with care, with respecting life. And then you understand the biggest question in the world of science and technology today. Have the knowledge seekers understood enough to be able to create the fundamental plasma and then to be able to divide the fields of the plasma, which up to now is unheard of? Or can you strengthen the field of the plasma that it leads to a higher strength to go more into the center of the plasma? Or can you find a way by not division, but by giving, that you can go further? That with this further point, at one point and another, will bring you to the point of the creation. I made man in the image of myself. And I gave man the rights to understand the knowledge of the creation. It's for man to understand the totality. And this is the point of manifestation of Mitra. For man to understand, to go back to and come from, and be part of the totality and understand the truth about the knowledge of the creation. The soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man. I hope today you understood more. And I hope today, with a lot of scribbles on the board, you understood where you came from, where you come from, and how you can become the creator of the next cycle in the proportion of understanding of your knowledge. It's not just creating the children of the man. It's creating the children of the soul of the man, which becomes the knowledge of the creation and the creator. And that's what we call the Mitra. Understanding the process that the knowledge of the creation and the creator comes back to become the creation and the creator itself. Thank you very much for allowing to share the knowledge and at the same time understanding the totality. We go through a break and come back and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, we'll take a break here for a few minutes and be back shortly.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo, and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
Okay, welcome back to the 416th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, January 20th, 2022. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to take questions here in this second part of the workshop? Or how would you like to?
Well, as usual, as we say, we are ready to rumble.
Ready to rumble. Well, we have a question that came up first in the YouTube from Salomia, who asks, coherence between the soul of man and the soul of physicality is the secret of balance and equilibrium. So how can we create it?
Create what? The equilibrium.
The coherence between the soul of man and the soul of physicality, which
partially is the emotion. Partially is the emotion of the man. Detachment and understanding it. This is this what you call coherence goes where we totally separate from a lot of things, because it's the responsibility of every man for himself at a point when they, whatever they don't know what to come back to, and don't leave part behind and add some part too. And is totality of the physicality that we have to understand. This is what I keep on going back to, that Keshe Foundation is not a religious group. Keshe Foundation is not a cult. Keshe Foundation is not another organization. It's a scientific, new science. You have to understand the science of it, how it happens. And you take from it according to your understanding of the knowledge. You don't need any PhDs or professor to understand it. If you get enlightened, if you understand the principle, it takes you a few seconds to understand most of the work. And then you can replicate it. And people say, oh, this is this. This you understanding the way you do and the way you understood. I work with a knowledge seeker, has no education whatsoever. Just been to the ordinary 12th year. We've just been brought up in a farming family. But his knowledge of the plasma is beyond hundreds of professors to put together, because he understood the fundamental. Those who try to achieve it or to copy it, to replicate it, it will be very difficult. Because you have to be able to enjoy its existence, enjoy the knowledge you gained, and to be able to share it. And if you want to be able to replicate it, that others can enjoy it. And we see this right across the knowledge seekers. Each one of them in their own special fields, or they understood something and they knew something added up, are adding to the knowledge new things, new ways, new machinery, everything we see coming up. And they put it there is a conjunction of this technology and the Keshe Foundation. And that's the beauty of it. And they implement it. And they explain it. This is what it is from there, and this is part from there. It's the same. Connecting the soul and the technology and the knowledge together. And he can do it. Then it's being able to share and give and sort that out, which is part of the whole structure and the process. Any other question?
We have Ed here, hand up. I think he'll have a question. Go ahead, Ed.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. This is Ed from Indiana. In a way, you've kind of answered my question with your first explanation here, but I remember from the first time you introduced the GANs, Cup 1s and Cup 2s, my question at that time was how do we understand how to make a GANs of the proper strength to interact with a certain plasma strength? I remember when you used to work in your garage, you told us you used to just look at the lights in the dark because you understood the significance of what was happening with the light and the colors of the lights. And we don't have, like what you presented to us this morning, we don't have tools to operate at that level. And it seems to me the only tools we have are the fields of our understanding and perception. And so I guess my question is, what are the tools? How do we develop the tools to work at this level?
You don't need machinery, you don't need reactors. If you go back to one of the teachings, and many times, I said you can hold your hand and create the light. You, as a dynamic plasma system, we can do this. We can create it. We know how to access energies. We do it physically. We rub our hand to each other and we create heat. Now we can hold or position ourselves and create interaction of the plasma of the field of the man with his aura, you call it, and create the same. And see how, what would be the reaction of it, what would be the outcome of it. This is the part of understanding of the totality. And this is what we need to understand. We need to be able to put together with a simple understanding of the technology. You don't need to be a magician or to be a professor to create it. When you look at I'm going to go back to it. When you look at the picture which I put on earlier on, and if you understood the principle of what this picture means, when we expand, maybe it's another picture, when we understand the principle, does not matter what they give us. People in villages of Amazon will use the same system and they will reach the same by pots. They don't need nuclear reactors. Is understanding the technology or understanding the knowledge counts. When you look at this picture, in reality, there is no difference application of technology in the Iranian nuclear reactor, in the brain enhancement unit, or in the body enhancement unit. One creates a flight. One handles the body of the man in different strengths, and the other handles the emotion. And the tools of the knowledge is there. All the same in all three. Is application and implication. And if I stand the man in this gap, then what would be the difference? You got to realize how much you understand of the knowledge, how you explain the knowledge. And how you you interpret the knowledge and what that interpretation leads you to. And what you want to gain from it. And how much of it you can accept and you can add to. Then you don't need systems. I mentioned his, what we call the name of and the presence of Professor Leslie, the head of the nuclear department of Queen Mary College, as head of my department. And at that time, as I said many times, we were on the edge of the science in 70s and 80s, even though we were 40 days down the line of nuclear bomb. In the final year, and in the back end of the second year in teachings, there was no books written. The professors were sitting one-to-one across the table. That was the knowledge shared. We were reading of their own. They were teaching us of the research papers of their own, or the PhDs. We had some cases where the PhD was doing the research, comes in the teaching with the professor, sits across three of us, trying to explain the knowledge. And to me at that time, many times I had this interaction and what you call discussion with Professor Leslie, because he was a very bright man, he could understand the lack in the knowledge. I explained to him, why should I accept what, because you written, to be acceptable to me because it doesn't make sense to me. He said, I have no more to share. You know more than me. I'm learning from you most of the time than teaching you. And I said, these are the questions as scientists, as a human being, we have to answer. It just doesn't need to be a nuclear physicist. I remember once he said to me, I look forward to the days in the week when I teach you, because I become a student most of the time. We have to understand what is in our hand as a knowledge. And how do we apply it in the cases we want, the conditions we create? Because once you learn to walk, you can run, you can jump, you can dive, you can do anything. The limitation comes by how much you extend that part. You can run a few meters. You can train yourself to become a marathon runner. You can train yourself to become a jumper. Or you can use those legs to become a diver. It's the same with the knowledge. You have to understand how you want to extend it, how you want to train it, and how you understand it to benefit you or to give you the pleasure of the existence. You like to run marathon, that gives you a pleasure. You want to be a diver, it gives you a pleasure. But it can be both, if you understood how to use your legs. And this is what we try to push the knowledge seekers to the next level of. Understanding the process, creating the condition. And this is what we as knowledge seekers expect, extend, and try to find out. We show the knowledge is for you to apply it according to what you understand of it, in extension of the knowledge you have, or the emotion you have, or your understanding you have. This is why the teachings are, even you call it about the soul teaching, the soul is the fundamental plasma. You put a name because you understand that way. To me, a soul is a neutron. How do I want it to interact? How do I want it to divide? How do I want it to be in a creation of physicality or soul out of physicality, because electron, and create the interaction of between the two, the atom, what we call the physicality of the man. I'm a man of science, and I understand the science of the creation. And with it, we can interpret it in the world of the theology, in the world of the plasma physics, in the world of matter state, or in any shape or form you want. I know how to walk. And I know how to walk the knowledge of the creation and the creator. That's all. And you can do the same. But you have to be able to don't create dogmas, don't create limitation of, because I've been told this should be. Accept the knowledge and add to it the way what you think can be. Not what you've been told, and you're trying to frame the new knowledge in that frame you've been told. It's not a painting with a frame. It's a universe blank. It's you who paints it. And it has no frame. And it has no limitation in understanding of it. What do you do if you land on Mars and you see a new dimension? Let's go back and ask Mr. Keshe what it is. Or let's go and see what the others say. Or you have enough knowledge to analyze it, understand it, react to it, and make the best of it. That's what all these teachings are. Always go back to what I told you. My uncle in Tel Aviv told me when I met him for the last time in the year 2000. He said, when one member of the family went to Moscow and came back in the early beginning of last century, he said, the Russians have a metal bird, it flies. We all laughed at him, metal bird. A few years later, we saw the planes and what we call airports. Was it him being crazy, or was it our lack of understanding that the technology and knowledge has extended? We were blind to it. And this is what it is. The knowledge is there. Are you the man who's in Moscow? Are you the man ridiculing the man who already seen it? And you are one of those who will see it as you develop more of. And then do you rely on others to accept it, or what you've seen, you have decided, and you have created to the next condition? Openness is the key to understanding the creation. Dogmas and limitation to fit into the books you read is how you've been controlled by yourself and nobody else. You don't need nuclear reactors. When you look at this reactor here, next to it, you just see the shadow of another reactor. I hope I can find it. And I can share it with you. And it's very interesting. The reason this is interesting is the capability and the ability to make things according to what we have. And many times when I look at this, it makes me laugh, but it brings me different kind of joy to understand how at the same time as being able to, you're limited by own what we call environment, your own conditions. When you, let me choose a couple of pictures, maybe I can explain it in a much deeper way. When you look at these, what we call reactors, you will understand what I'm talking about, because it's very fundamental. What we had, what we could have, and what happened to us. I try to get it in the best way possible. When you look at these reactors here, it's the same reactors. You see the flying reactor on the right side, the mother reactor in the middle, and then you see a metal reactor. I tried to go here, now you see the metal reactor next to the mother on the other side, plus its flying system. These metal reactors, for us to build, it took us nearly a year and a half to build these two. The metal had to be brought in from South Korea and everything else. It took the Iranians 7 days because they had the facilities to build it in Sharif Tehran University, these two. That's the difference. And the difference between the two is about a year. When you have the facilities, you do it in a much faster way. And when you do it in other ways, you just take time. And this is what the technology is, what you can make best of, in what you understand. And then you add your own flavor. In 20, 30 years time down the line, many of the things which now is done by knowledge seekers will come open that they use the technology. By the time now, people don't see it, they don't see the benefit of it, or they don't understand it, or they're not using it. But at the end, it's benefiting mankind. And that was the whole purpose of teaching and open sourcing. And it's the same with you. You have to be teaching yourself and open your eyes into the full dimension of the work. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have Mehran as well with the hand up here, and we've got a couple of other questions in the Q&A and other places as well. I guess Mehran has had an inadvertent hand up. Paulo has had a question for the last couple of workshops that we haven't gotten in, so perhaps it's a good time now for that. There's a couple of different questions here. Mr. Keshe, was the divine wind that protected Japan from invading Mongols over the sea and Russians over land created by generals and their soldiers by lowering the heartbeat frequency close to Earth's 8 Hertz vibration?
I do not know what you're talking about.
I don't know either. Okay, the next question. It is known that the samurai, without the stress of the fights, had the custom to gather the leaders in offering tea, even in the desired field, to have a better future vision of the battle. Could it be that from these tea ceremonies that they developed the ability to lower their frequencies and have these superpowers?
What do you mean?
Again, he's talking about lowering the heartbeat frequency close to the Earth's 8 Hertz vibration, I think. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard that before. In the Bible, this final question is, in the Bible, Israeli soldiers pass by with screams tearing down the walls of the besieged city of Jericho. In this case, is it the same phenomenon as the Japanese divine wind, or is it more like the indigenous rain dance?
Do you have any comments? Rick?
I couldn't choose between divine wind and indigenous rain dance. I don't think it would be the same thing. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but perhaps it's more they enter into a state where they're more attuned to the psychic realms, perhaps, and they can maybe see into the past and future more clearly, or have powers like that to have some sort of, I mean, the leaders have used priests and seers and people that can, the prophets that can tell them what to expect and how to deal with situations. So I guess he's talking about.
You see, maybe that's one way of explaining it as you do. Maybe what we'll see, you want to change the picture, Rick, on the screen. What we see is that if we create enough energy that we can extend it beyond the boundary, or with the interaction of the other fields, we can extend it. We could create energy fields which can cross walls and God knows materials or gases. This is not a magic, this is understanding how we can increase the field strength or match a field strength that there is no resistance. And did they manage to create that kind of fields through emotion of winning, wanting to rule? The way we sweat when we get excited, the way we glow when something happens inside us. And if it's 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 of the same state, would that create, or did they create a condition that they could balance the fields of the wall or whatever, because it's made of brick and mortar? What was that wall built of if it was there? And component of it are within the structure of physicality of the man that he can make the gas of, strength of. So nowadays we can explain these things, because it's not that it can be done, it's that we have the knowledge, we know how to do it. We know how to expand it and extend it. We can do a lot of things nowadays. I get a lot of calls, a lot of communication. I had a meeting with somebody in the nuclear industry last night for about an hour and a half. And at the top of and the bottom of the conversations and everything else, and what I get from a lot of you, Mr. Keshe, can you help us with the side effect? Can you help us to stop the effect of whatever with this new plasma situation? Yes, it is. Yes, we can explain why so many people are dying of heart attacks and everything else, and some don't. And what happens to what? These things I can clearly explain. Can you stop the effect of the 5G with what you call the new injection processes? Yes, you can. We have the knowledge. We saw yesterday a couple of communication companies in the US stopped using the launch of their 5G or G5 to run some airports because of the interference. And we saw the first interference with the landing gear. And we watch and we see and we understand the technology. Many of you write to me in many chats, can we stop the whatever is in the new injections? Yes, you can. You have the knowledge. But you haven't understood how to use that knowledge. Inherently, when you are injected with anything to your body, be it vitamins, be it whatever, you create that material. It's the same as I said, when you enter the system. And this is how much of it we understood. I just received a picture from our team in the background. I want to explain something which is fundamentally interesting if you understand it. This is the picture of the flight system put together now in China. There is no reactors built in yet. They're finishing the inside. This now is a matter state system. The guy is standing and it's still a man. Once we put the reactors within these walls, then we create a universal system, a plasmatic system, where the same brain of the man, internal structure, becomes part of the field force. His emotion where to go dictates the position of this system. No scientific organization, no organization in the field of space technology at the edge we are so openly shares knowledge and pictures. Because we are not afraid. We are looking for extension and addition and collaboration. You are knowledge seekers, other governments, other establishments, other scientists. This is what I explained to you. This is now still a house, a room you enter. Because we haven't installed the what we call creation of the fields to make it into a plasma. There is a big difference. There is a massive difference between what we call the two conditions. When this system, when this structure is sealed, here you're a man. When I seal it, you are in condition of the plasmatic field there is no rocket propulsion to hold volume. It's the interaction of the field of the system. As I said, it creates both fields inside and outside. Inside keeps you intact in the condition of the plasma. Outside interacts with the fields of the planet or any environment to fly. Inside, it creates life, sustains life, maintains life. Outside protects life from outside or what is inside, but at the same time finds a position in respect to. Go back to understanding of the what we did, and I wish Rick could one day have static pictures of this that we can use it, because it's done a lot of work there. When you put a magnet and you put other magnets, and you put another magnet, and you put series of magnets on the table, you got to understand the field interacts, creates position. But this is interacting with this too. And part of these fields divides to interact the position between this and this and this, and collectively creating a new position. Where this again divides somewhere else into this one, and then plus the field of this. Division of magnetic fields create a condition of magnet position, and this is what knowledge seekers have not understood up to. Why it takes this position? Because not only interacts, not only the field of these two, there is a fraction of this field as well, which totality dictates. It's the same with this one. Fraction of with this decides position of. Fraction of what comes out of here as well dictates the position. It's totality. And then with another, and then with another, and then we see that magnetic fields can be divided. Not only we are in the dilemma of, can you bend it? We can, with the new knowledge, even divide it. But how do you divide it? That's a skill, that's a knowledge, and it's done every second of life in your body, on planet Earth, in the solar system, and in the galaxy. This is the understanding of technology, of the knowledge of the magnetic field. And if I put you, as you saw, with a man in a craft and create that plasma condition, I have to bring you here. But at the same time, I have to inform this one you are here too. And then be able to transport you, if you want, to this position. Understanding what I have to gain and what I have to give to maintain the same man. Does not matter where I take him, I deliver him the same. Unless the man's soul decides to go a different way, and the environment changes, and he wants to manifest in the condition of God. I want to go to the man, but still be, I want to go to the moon, but still to be a man. No problem. What conditions around you on the moon I have to create to maintain you as a man? The freedom to be able to walk without wearing any clothes. Up to now, we sealed you in a clothing. Now, we seal you in an envelope of the fields that gives you that condition to me. We create you the bubble. But by understanding what that bubble needs to provide you, for you to be in that condition to look like a man. And what happens if the bubble bursts? Would you look still like a man, or would you survive as a man? What do I need to add to bring you back to be seen? You become a quarter of the size you are, or you become 10 times bigger than you are. We need to understand. Once we understand, we can apply. Very soon, we will see the reactors, flight reactors in Arizona, in Tehran, and in Austria. And then we learn more. And then we bring in scientists to create a condition of the fields of the moon or Earth and travel to and come back. But would the knowledge be extended enough by June that the man who will be able to travel as a man to the moon and come back? It's no use getting a man to the moon and just saying, oh, you're on the moon, and then bring him back. You want to let him loose. You want to let him enjoy. You want to let him to understand the creation. When you go to sandy beaches of Miami, you just don't want to sit and fly back out. You want to go on the beach. You want to taste the salty water of the Atlantic. You want to touch the sand and how it feels with that water. There's no good there taking you there and saying, oh, that's it, go back. But to travel this distance in a matter of a day and back, you need to bring a new technology, you need to bring a new understanding. You need to bring a combination of the knowledges together to be able to do it. This is the problem that knowledge seekers have to understand. This is why we are negotiating with NASA. We just don't want a bunch of people who understand propulsion trying to come in and force their way. We want them to understand the new way and see what we can bring in with the landings and everything else, what we have to consider, what machines we have to make, and the rest of it. This is the key to the next step of expanding the knowledge. Understanding the totality that the field has a, what we call an RNA, an emotion, and understanding that the fields can be divided. This caboodle which we carry, that if we can bend the light, is in reality if we can bend our own understanding, that we bend it ourselves not to see the reality. Now we do. Now we have no choice. We have to expand on it and understand how to do it. And I said, this question came to me at the age of 8 and 9 on the X-ray machine. If that thing can create that thing which goes through me to add to me or take from me, I want to be able to do it in a free way. I decide if it's X-ray or gamma ray. I remember when I was just the first years in England, I wrote to my father, you know, this new machine MRI can do more than what you think, and the way it's done is not the right way. He wrote to me, Mehran, you come and build it because I know you think a different way and it might work the way you think. Because we use matter-state electric current, so we are limited to matter-state entity and condition. When we use a plasmatic and maybe use the same system, the same knowledge, the same know-how, we totally achieve different conditions and positions. What happens in our knowledge. Once a gap is in our knowledge, does not mean it doesn't exist. We have to find out how we can create it and bring us to that position of knowledge. I've battled for 30 years, maybe more, to understand gravity, but it was sitting right in front of me because I wasn't ready to analyze it the way it is. I wanted to force partially and mainly the conditions which I was brought up as a scientist and a nuclear physicist. When I saw the power in plasma and how you can use the same thing without matter state, game changed. Keshe Foundation now is a scientific structure that depends how much of the science you understand. We share a lot. You maybe understand the agriculture, somebody understands the energy, somebody understands the other part of it. But very, very few of you might understand 2 or 3 of them in the true sense that you can use it. And I'm not there to show this can be done just to become a magician. I learned that from Magrath Blueprint Week. How everything was becoming so ridiculous. You feed us, we take it, and if it is, you're right. If it's not what we understand, it's something wrong with you. No, it's something wrong with you. You haven't understood. You haven't understood the principle of the creation of the Magrath system. The blame is not in the pot maker. The blame is that you don't know how to use the pot. The pot is not for sitting on it, it's for to drink out of it. And you're sitting on it. As I said many, many times, you have to understand the science, not to become a copycat. As long as you say copycats, you stay in the same frame as past thousands of years. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Azar, I think you're next. Oops, he just disappeared.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. I'm here. You just you switch my status.
Okay.
I think something happened there.
Okay, I think I'll switch it back to attendee here and just give you the vocal. If that worked.
You need to change your screen, Rick, when you get time.
Okay.
I think we're good to go. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. I just want to ask, get a confirmation of this. The way I understand what you explained today, I think Universal Council has a lot of power. It's just like the positioning that we have is sometimes is kind of crooked. The way I can explain it is this, the way I understand it in my mind. You see how sometimes you buy a gadget and then you read the instruction, it says you have to add this piece to this one and this one and this one. And then once you adding to it and you're playing with it and it says at the end of it, a light shows up because I bought a mirror and the mirror was saying, when you connect it, you touch the mirror and the light shows up. And I was playing with it and the light wasn't showing up. And then I was thinking, what's going on? And then, so it was one position that I just have to touch it in, it was very sensitive, one position, it just the light showed up. So just like the way you see with all the positioning, our positioning is kind of crooked. So it means once that position changes, it's going to change everything because it's so much power in there. So another thing I noticed, this also came to me is like through the eyes, we can control the strength of the soul and we can manifest what we want in the palm of a hand. For example, if you take a groundnut seed in your hand, palm of your hand, and you look at it. You keep looking at it, then it disappears, becomes a light. Then you change your gaze, it becomes a seed. And then I was trying to see what is happening here. Is it a seed or is it a light? So is the gaze of my eyes through the window of my eyes is a kind of a control panel that I can switch and make things become different. So I said, if I can change the gaze of my eyes in different ways, so maybe I can create fire in my hand, or I can create a red rose in my hand, or I can create gold in my hand, because these are all possibilities. It's just how do I, like a control panel, like a dialing panel, you change the strength of the soul to what you want.
I'm going to ask you a question. You're a doctor, you're a dentist. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. And this question I put to many, many religious people. It's the first time I put it in public. You talk about the eyes and you focus over there. Can you tell us why, or some cases, when a man dies, the brown of the eye moves to the top than being in the center?
That's because that's the place soul lives.
Why does the eye of the man move to the top of the eye cavity when a man dies? And what happened when it's not, or is in different position? Why majority of time the eye moves to the top?
You mean
I'll
the
leave
brown,
it to answer.
the brown
I'll
of the eye? The brown
Yeah.
of the eye goes up toward the sky. You mean?
Yeah. Why? Even you're flat, if you're flat on the bed,
Because
you
I'm
should
looking at
look up straight.
I'm looking at God.
You're looking at you. If you're flat on the bed, you should be looking up right in the center of your eyes. But one day I will answer this question. But as you're a dentist, you're a doctor, and you speak about seeing it and visualizing it, maybe some of your knowledge seekers can answer it. But why does it do that?
I need to think about it. I don't have
One
the
day I'll
answer.
give you that. One day I'll give you that.
Okay.
And in essence, we have to understand what we want to accept, what we want to see. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good day, Mr. Keshe. Hello to everyone. Here's Andreas from Austria. At first, I want to thank you for a very enlightening teaching, interesting teaching. And I have a question, if I have understood something right. When we look at the neutron, it's a behavior, it's a giver. And when we look to the sun, for example, it's radiating out and it comes back. And when it's radiating out hydrogens, protons and electrons, they come back again. And on some place, or on every place, they meet again. Like electrons and protons, hydrogens come back to the sun and meet with the hydrogens which go out. And as we know, the ones who come from the outside boundary of the solar system, they have lost their field strength and are weaker. And the ones which come from the sun are stronger. And both are 2 times electron and proton. And now the one proton and electron which comes from the sun is stronger. And it then has the behavior of a neutron, that it wants to balance the electron and proton which comes from the boundary of the universe. And this balancing act is every time in the whole universe different, because the neutron, which has the behavior of an electron and proton, which comes from the sun, has different field strengths. And so on the boundaries, gaseous planets are created, and in the middle, planets with water, and then very much solid planets. And this in this initial first exchange of field strength from these 2 hydrogens is the origin of the whole creation, what happens after it in all its interactions. Do I have understood that correct?
You lost me in your explanation. I don't understand exactly what you're trying to tell us. Would you like to try again?
Yes. What comes from goes back to. So the sun radiates out hydrogens. They loosen in their field strength and come back from the boundaries of the universe. And on every place in the universe, on different positions, they meet when they come back the hydrogens which are radiated out from the sun. And a hydrogen is a proton and the electron. But when the stronger one, which comes from the sun, interacts with the weaker one, which comes from the boundaries of the universe, it takes the role of the neutron. Because the neutron is just
There
a
are
behavior.
2 things. You touched something which has not been understood, but maybe in reverse, we have explained it in the atmospheric condition of the Earth. Because our physics is so upside down that it baffles me. We're still going on with it. In the present time, with the plasma knowledge, we take the interaction of the fields of the sun and the earth, and this interaction creates a friction between the field forces, which leads to creation of plasmas. And some of these plasmas, through interaction with the field of the earth and getting pulled towards it, create a light, as we see it. And some of its packages are kept or are in the extent that by the interaction of the with the inertia of the matter state create the matter. Yeah. When you speak about the creation of the hydrogen, the present world of science cannot explain it, but now we can explain it a different way. The center of the, if we change this in a way, the same process, but we change it with materials and the change of the fields on the immediate surface of the sun. When Now that we understand the science of the plasma and GANs technology, we are adamant, without a shadow of a doubt, the center of the sun is not hot. It could be even at a freezing condition. But as the temperature has nothing to do with the gases and the plasma, it creates a massive interaction of the fields. That this creates a large, a very strong magnetical and gravitational pull. The interaction of these fields with these packages of matter state, what we call could be hydrogen plasma on the surface, the same as it created light here, will create two conditions. The light, or as the field energy, that the interaction become light for us, is not a light that will enlighten the whole of the solar system. And partially in this interaction, we create heat because of the density of this layer. And partially, the same history goes on. Packages of fields are created, which are released in the solar system. Everything is not as presumed today in the strength of the magnetic field radiation. This interaction, by law of physics, by understanding the plasma technology, has to, and it indefinitely creates packages of the plasma which are floating on a continuous basis or getting attracted by different processes in the solar system and are in the atmosphere of the solar system. Some of them go beyond. So we don't create hydrogen on the surface of the sun. We create plasma fields of a spectrum of plasma strength. Goes back to wave and particles, fields and photons. What is accepted and understood in one is applicable in all dimensions of the physics, cannot be any other. And the interaction of the strong fields from the plasma in the center of the sun with the plasmas of the lower strength, which created on the surface of the sun, creates the heat. Does not mean that the center of the sun is hot. And this does not mean that only hydrogen is on the surface of the sun. It's a cumulative combination of fields. And what we see has a very strong theory in the background of the centrifuge, in reverse, where you have the center of the sun creating massive gravitational and magnetic fields. In the centrifuge and in the vacuum, the heaviest goes on the boundary, and the lightest goes in the center. That's the theory of the centrifuge. But sun rotates at a lower rotation speed to create full condition of plasma condition and the centrifuge. So what we see primarily is on the surface of the sun yields a strength of hydrogen plasma. Where does the heavy element created go? In world of science, as I just said before, you can't be prejudiced. You have to have answer for everything scientific. Not just because Mr. Keshe says so. It's just because scientifically has to make sense. This is why we are not a cult. Just because somebody says we accept. We are given the freedom of analysis, understanding, and developing. If at this level we see we add to the layers of the earth by attraction, by creation of plasma and conversion to the matter, the same thing should apply to here in a plasmatic condition. But we are in a centrifuge vacuum condition. Why do we get, or we claim to have only hydrogen on the surface? And as you said, because this is the way you understood, the hydrogen travels the span of the universe. This system creates on the surface of the sun particles and fields. It cannot be any other. But particle in the plasma state, fields created from interaction of the plasma states. Two plasmas interact. Scientifically, with what we understand, but what we have in nuclear reactors and plasma technology, we have achieved lift and motion. We have seen creation of gravity. We've seen no heat inside our systems. We deliberately created a system to confirm this. If you go back, I'll show you how we know this, because you just don't accept it because I say so, because this was part of a research when we built this reactor. We wanted to see if the center of the plasma in the reactor has different temperature. And the answer was clearly no. And we found actually in a couple of tests that we were lower in temperature inside. Because, let me see if I can open it, then you understand the physics behind it. That's why we went completely into the plastic, or what we call PVC systems. If I open this for you big enough, and picture can be exposed. This and this picture, if you look, Dean, you're in the center. Can you take a close picture of this and send it to us immediately? I want the brass part of these two systems.
Yeah, I will do, Mr. Keshe. I'll just
send it to Rick, and the Rick can put it up.
Okay.
When we did this development, we considered if the plasma is heated inside, according to the present knowledge, that knowledge was there 15 years ago. This was built in back end of the, what we call 2007-6. And when you look at this brass part, you will see it is in rings. And we inserted probes into the center of the reactor in different positions to measure temperature, to measure plasma current, to measure plasma flow, to understand the interaction. And in tests, physical tests, we saw no rise even at the flight condition in the plasma center position. This is why the new flight systems you have can work at room temperature. Because we are not in the dilemma of the high temperature creating fields of plasma, we are not in the cold plasma fusion condition, we understand the process of the creation and the plasma. This confirms to us, this test, 100%, that the surface of the planetary system, there we are, if you can see it, thank you very much. You see these rings? And you see there is a probe in each ring which goes to the different depth of the reactor in both of them. This is a flight system support, and the other one flies. And you see it. Each ring is connected to different depth of the plasma. And at that depth, we can change the, thank you very much, Rick, this is beautiful. We can see or change the plasma composition. What happened if we changed the plasma inside at a different rate? We didn't touch the inside of it. If you look at this system, it's very simple. The line, I'm trying to annotate. Well, how can I annotate? It's not a whiteboard. Let me see if I can come in this way. I take the red. Keep the picture next to each other. If you look at this system here, I think this is the Sensano lab. This one goes to here. This one goes to the center. This one goes to another position. And the fourth one goes to another position. Sorry, it's just slightly different here and there. And this here tests the envelope of the plasma here. This tests the envelope of the plasma here. This tests here, and this one the other way. And the same here. So we could increase gases and change gases through the system and see what happens. By keeping it at the centrifuge condition, we could dictate where each layer sits, what sits. We could take the outer layer off in a specific way, which developed the technology for it. And we could take this layer off and allow radiation fields in a plasmatic condition to come out, create an aura. We decided the strength of the aura. We decided what will be shown and seen here. I spent nights and days in the lab testing these. And this showed us we don't need steel and all sorts of things to create and hold the hot plasma. Temperatures, current flow between layers was continuously giving us information. Always said the biggest mistake Belgium's made was letting me go out of Belgium, where in Bruges, we were just about to complete one of the most advanced flight system control. And this is to understand on the surface. Here, by changing the composition, I could decide if I want the aura. In a way, you call it aura, I call it plasmatic field shielding, defense technology. Yesterday, I was talking to one of the most, not yesterday, before, I was talking to one of the most senior American military officers. And I explained to him, play the game with us, we become equal. Work against the Keshe Foundation, you lose. He said, Mr. Keshe, we put one of the top scientists very soon to take this matter on, because we don't have a choice anymore. We are moving technology to Arizona. We have to deal with the American military. We have to deal with American space technology. We have to deal with the Chinese space and military. They have to understand the game has changed. We have structures, we have technologies, we have built systems. But we have scattered the knowledge so much that more or less only me knows where I got to bring what out, put together to what to get. It's the same here. When we changed it to half a sphere, we created the same, but we saw the dome different. It gave us a stability in flight, it gave us a stability in control. Here, I'm at the mercy of the environment. Here, I control most of the things because I don't allow the bottom field to rotate. Here, the plasma continuously turns and creates that field change. Here, I don't have that. They only can interact. That's why the flight system are that way. Even if you look at the new reactors, we given you, if you look at it, if I can draw up here, we're giving you a platform. And something has happened to my pen, as usually. It means you don't need to know the knowledge, but you have to know the knowledge. Here at this platform, if you look at it, we have built the enhancement unit. If you look at, in reality, it should be, I go on the whiteboard. I think it's easier. Thank you very much, Rick, in the background. In reality, we, instead of making a system and creating and doing this to half a sphere, all we've done in a new system, we have brought the half a sphere slightly lower. That allowed us to create a home, a dome. With this, instead of loading you from under, we load you on the sideway. But in a way, the other half of this system, if you look at it, sits here. By controlling the reactors in the structure, we can create that, what we call the fields around it, and create that sphere plasmatically. Doesn't matter what's outside the skin of the mother. The shape of the child, the face of the child decided by the mother inside. It's not only the field inside, which you look at what you're going to give us. This system is two-sided. Creates both inside and outside. Nothing has changed. Because we know how to walk, we can run and jump. That time, we had to be half spheric. Now, we don't need to be half spheric. We can be any shape because we can make that shape, but with the plasma technology we have access to now, we can make our spheres all the time the same. I need to change a few characteristics on this reactor and this reactor. I create a good enough homogeneous sphere. We just saw the panel of the control system. Rick can show us. Was shown in part of this teaching this morning. All those knobs is to control everything. This is a scientific organization. And just because you don't understand it or you think of it, doesn't make it what you want it to be. Everything is tested. Everything is composition to be. All I've done for me to build what I call a massive structure that to become this as a UFO and you could get in it, I needed a huge air hangar. What I did, I changed it to this. And you walk into the dome. But this was to create a field. Now I use my reactors to do the same. I changed the shape, but with controlling reactors, I keep my fields. I'm a genius in what I do because I know what to do, because I understand the technology. We are messengers of God, and we have access to the total knowledge of the Creator. I am the Mehdi for those who have doubted it. We know how to bring man to the point, but it's for the man to understand how to get to that point. The new enhancement systems still will create fields, both ways. And as I said before in the teachings, we have built in the structure of the systems that these fields do not become dangerous to the system or to the structure of the plasma. Supports life through the blood structure, supports life in the universe according to the field interaction. It is to understand the technology. It is to understand the knowledge of creation. Then you can create whatever you like. Now we understand the totality. Enough for the man at the moment. When the knowledge seekers and the scientists of man become more educated, they will not be happy with this crumb. They want more of the cake. Then we teach that time about the cake. You got to understand a lot of things are in front of you, but you don't see it. A lot of things has been done. We had to do the test that the man sees there is no magic. Any other question?
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. I think as it was said in the American teachings last week or last Sunday, sometimes we learn more in the question time than in the teaching side, according to what we want to understand. The knowledge has to be shared freely, but you have to be able to understand the knowledge that it can be shared. Many other questions?
Okay, Kay, would you like to go ahead?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Hi, God bless you. Thank you, Rick. God bless. Thank you for beautiful teaching. Well, ever since I've come to know about you, which is roughly 12 years, I never had a word to describe you. And as time goes by, it gets harder and harder. As always, my wish is for you to be around for at least another 200 years. As God knows, we definitely need you as humanity to unravel the way for us and break away from this prison that humans created for themselves to get to this beautiful knowledge. I have a couple of questions. One is when we do get to this spaceship, God ever forbid, as it happened, like humans gave birth to disabled children, God ever forbid we could not manifest on the other side, and the soul could not gather up all the physicality, and something is missing at the time of arrival or at the point of arrival. is there any way the soul can recoup the rest of the missing parts, so to speak? Mainly, this is obviously...
There is a technology for it, yes. In time we teach.
Brilliant. So that's that.
It is like when we see the situation with the handicaps. It's very much as we opened the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We have at the moment planning a number of researchers to be launched immediately on its establishment. And one of them is the condition for children who are born with brain damage or structure during the birth tunnel with lack of oxygen or other, whatever happens within the womb of the mother and the birth position. And we see this as with different names, they come up when they come older or whatever. The Keshe Foundation, one of the first researchers we launched, and I will take charge of it fully from the beginning now that the Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute has been written in to become a company, is this technology, is this part of the technology, which refers back to what you said. What happened if we deliver partially missing or partially not working? We have the technology, and there's conditions which is now bothering many parents in children being born with a lack of oxygen, and we have different names for it. We have the knowledge and we can change it. And it'll be one of the first researchers which I will launch from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute to prove, to show that children with brain damage born with a lack of oxygen at birth can be, during the first year of life, be corrected and develop the brain fully. That auto mechanism of the system of the body of the man can go perfect. We don't get handicapped children. And I've been asked this many times, that can they be helped? And yes, it can be done. It can. We have the knowledge to do it. And it's exactly that's what you call it. If we can do that with what we call the position and the brain of a child, we can do that at the position of the liver of a man if something goes wrong. But we need to understand how. And to what extent we can interfere and change. I do not think a child should be brain damaged or physically impaired due to a few seconds of the time of birth. We have the technology and we put this into research. It's one of the first things we will do in the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute as an institute. Research into change of the what we call newborn babies with such a condition. And if we can do that, we can do that in our flight system. Yes, it can be done.
Thank you ever so much. God bless you as well for all those unfortunate children and their parents who has been finding themselves in this situation. And I'm looking forward for that, because there are so many people, so many children who are really handicapped and disabled, and it's not fair.
We have the same with the injections. The 3 childhood injections, the triple injection mix now creates a lot of this. This now can be changed using the new technology. This will be another one. People with a side effect of the injections to the children, the new side effects with the new plasma problems we have around the world. We have the knowledge, and these will be part of the what you call first stage of the research and development of the Keshe Spaceship Institute. This is partially why, if you go back, we said the 48 units getting shipped to Arizona, part will be given to the American military for changing their mental condition. Because now we can rebuild it. We can restructure it. And this takes a lot of pain from a lot of people. And we have the knowledge. It's not beautiful, it's knowing the knowledge and the science. And thanks to our team in Austria, we'll see these rolling out on a frequent basis, regular basis. And it is something we have to understand. It's the same as now we understand the problems with what they call the new injections with different material. You can stop all the damage and use the best part of it. And the combination of the two creates a beautiful condition to be able to recover.
I'm glad to hear, Mr. Keshe, because so many people will be obviously impacted with what's been rolled out, and they're carrying on pushing it to be rolled out further and further. I hope this comes to an end as soon as possible, as humanity is coming to their end, actually. Mr. Keshe, my second question would have been, obviously we know for a long time you've got the key to the creation, so you know how to create. The material enhancement unit is one of them. And earlier on, you talked about, as well as before in previous lectures, you've talked about giving birth or creating a fish in a tank, or even human, as you mentioned earlier. My question was, if you were to create or create a human or give birth to a human in a tank, what would happen to their DNA and RNA as it is not coming from the true soul of the mother and father? What would happen to their experience, to their emotion, and to their looks, to speak, because this is a new creation without any previous history of RNA and DNA that you have just created. Are they going to be the same human as me and you? Well, not you, definitely, like us, the rest of us.
We are not creating a new people. And if we do the same as when we created the copper and zinc in the lab in Austria, they carry the essence of the soul of the creation and the universe. This is the essence of the creation of Mitra. We create the soul first before we create the physicality. So when we test the materials which we produce, we cannot see it having any origin because it's created from field of the environment. Even though we use copper or zinc or whatever in producing them, they are fields of the universe, not matter state of the position of the earth where they came from. If you were in the diamond business, by looking at a diamond, you can tell if the diamond is from the ocean, if the diamond is from a mine, or the diamond is from a river. And if you become more, in depth of the knowledge, you can say from which river what stones come from majority of the time, or which sea the stone has been taken out, or which volcanic eruption has led to creation of the stone. You can tell the origin. You can do that with most of the mining goods as well. But when you tap into the universe and into universal energy, you create Mitra. You create the soul of Mitra, which gives dimension to its physicality.
Brilliant. I saw something in that manner, not in Mitra, but I thought the manner would be obviously the physicality gets manifested in the planet Earth because of its condition and its inertia.
Yeah,
But
what happened if we create him in the middle of the space? He become one of those people nowadays born in an aeroplane, then they have the Earth nationality and one nationality. You get a what they call United Nations passport. We don't have such a thing in the space. But it comes to the point that would we become the creator? And we create Mitra to have a companion and a lover, someone to love and loved by. What happened when you have this knowledge and you have the machine and you're the last one standing? Would you stay a hermit on your own or use the machine to create a soul, to create your companion? This is the depth of the knowledge we give. But it depends how much man understands.
It is beautiful, Mr. Keshe. Considering the fact that, obviously it's got a lot to do with how far humanity can push it. If it is done in the best of the intention, it is beautiful, because considering what's happening in today's world with this metaverse, where humanities are being forced in this virtual reality in order to find some solace and some peace and calm because of this rat race life that they've created. Being able to create a companion, at the strength of Mitra would be a blessing, an absolute blessing. Well, obviously humans are a little bit funny, and they could take things into a different direction.
You think Mitra might not become funny with the physicality?
I hope Mitra, as soon as Mitra is
this is questionable, because we are conditioned on the condition of this planet and the environment of this planet.
I'm sure Mitra would put every soul in the right direction once it's been created. So we the human wouldn't do anything wrong out of norm, so to speak. Mr. Keshe, sorry, God bless you. I've taken too much of your time, but I have one more question. Even though I asked that question a couple of years ago, again, it's an ambiguity, and it still baffles me. Again, it is a soul question. Understand that the soul, obviously, the soul of the man which has created the physicality, comes from the same source, from the creator. And understood so far, you have explained before that once we die, the soul takes different dimension and is positioned in accordance to what the physicality that it has created or manifested, which is the soul of the physicality. It takes its position in accordance to what the soul of physicality has to offer at the point of departure. I still do not understand that why would the soul of the man, which is from the creator, which is peaceful, which has got all the knowledge, which has got nothing but love and passion and good to do, will eventually find itself in a worse position. As you mentioned, those who've done crime and killed, genocide and so forth, they become specks of dust. Why would that poor soul has to get to a position like that just because the physicality has been misbehaved and mischieved? Well, has that justified?
Yeah, well, the thing is, just that you have to understand, the soul of the man, even though it's encaged, still is responsible for the man. How come when you get enlightened through the soul, you do good things? So the soul has the responsibility. This is what it says. It's responsible for the behavior and conduct of man. Partially is what we let the soul to allow to reach the dimension of physicality. What we see has to do with what we understand of what is to come, what is to deliver. As I said, it's very strange. Keshe Foundation has taken root, or its headquarters now, in Austria, where less than a century ago we saw mayhem in this area. Beginning of one of the largest mass killings around the planet. Why did they have to come here to get root? To putting right the soul, for the souls, or to bring it back into the position to be. There is a reason we are here. It's not even we came here coincidentally, but souls bring us to the point of where it be. Maybe a lot of souls in this land need to be elevated to cover for what was there and still carried within them. We do not know, but on the dimension of physicality, we can never say so. Depends. The soul of the man has to interact to elevate, and is responsible for what the soul of physicality does. We all can kill, rape, and torture anyone. What does our soul say? It's wrong. We don't do. This is why we say this time we elevate the soul of the man that never does a crime, because it's responsible for it. And we don't frighten you with a church and a cross and what do you call it, a confession and a box and a punishment and the day of what do you call it, end of the world, Jahannam, or whatever you call it. It's the maturity of the man and allowing his soul to take over and be expanded.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Keshe. God bless you. God bless you. And I hope the entire plasmatic world is behind you to just get to this mission and get it done as soon as possible. Bless your soul.
7 billion of man is opposing it. That's the hardest part.
I'm sure they'll come on your way. We will do all our praying. I'm sure the rest of humanity will come on your way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget something which we, just because we don't talk about it or push it or bring it to keep it at the front, is the responsibility of the knowledge seekers and the Universal Council to carry on supporting the peace negotiations in Vienna. We have broken through and we see the end of the tunnel. We see a lot of things to break down, and thanks to everything else to keep the support for it to expand and to extend. And we have a very special request. One of our dearest friends, the Keshe Foundation, is in hospital. And we hope we need the support of the Universal Council for that soul to find position and peace. And it's come to our attention in the past 48 hours. And this soul needs a lot of support and help. And this time, you don't have a target to hit at by name, by nation, but for you to support the soul of this knowledge seekers who has been amongst us for a long time, and we all know to be supported to be able to go through this terrible times in their life, in the condition is in. And we hope to be able to overcome and bridge this point of the hardship in this life. Any other question?
Okay, we have Gatu on next.
Thank you very much, Rick. Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gatu.
I have 2 questions, but before that, let me thank you very much for your ever profound teachings. Having said that, I have 2 simple questions, so I want to ask them together. The first one is, I would like you to please explain to us the meaning of Mahdi. I know the background, I know a little bit, but I'd like to know in depth. And secondly, since you have just said that the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is now headquartered in Austria, what does this mean in terms of you working within Iran? I appreciate very much your response. Thank you.
Go back to your first question.
Oh, you want me to ask again?
Yeah, to the first question.
Please explain to us the meaning of Mahdi. We know a little bit.
Mehdi in Farsi language, in the what we call in the Persian or Shia language, and the same in the Islamic world, is the one and the one brings man to its rightful position and bring a new life to change the man, and everything will be perfect. That a man does not know crime, and we understand the totality of the creation, and that's what it is. The promised one who will complete the cycle of for man to bring that what we call heaven, that there is no crime, there is no hunger, and the rest of it. So with the knowledge we have fulfilled in knowledgeably, not by talk. In the essence of the scientific basis, you all know how to feed yourself, you know how to elevate your physicality, and you can do a lot of other things that you don't need to kill. It's the time when the man chooses to switch. Secondly, is a fulfillment to understand the Creator as to be one for all. This is another promise of the Mehdi, and this has been fulfilled by the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. In a way, Keshe Foundation as a whole, as a knowledge seekers, we all become Mehdi. In a way, we have understood the process of the creation, and we have to choose when to switch. And at the same time, we have understood that there is no need for a temple or a church or whatever to understand the uniqueness and the unison fields of the creation, what we call the Creator. So with the understanding as we did in the teaching today, you change that soul and the physicality, the neutron, the electron and proton, to the Creator and the man. It's all the same. And this has been the biggest problem for mankind. And this is the promise of what we call Mehdi, completing the cycle of understanding both the physical development and the soul development, that they are both connected through understanding of the science, not rhetoric and hidden belief that we don't explain. And this is what the problem is. And this is what we call the Mehdi. That's what's called the promise for the return of Christ, what we call Messiah. It's all the same name. It's the wish of the man to get to the point that he understands all and corrects his way, not by fear, but by understanding and knowledge to understand the totality. So when we say we are a Mehdi, it means we have understood. We got to the position of understanding and we share it. Then it's for others to understand from what we share. And if you understand and don't share, it becomes like stealing. We understand and we share, and this makes us messengers. We pass the message of what we understood and what we deliver. On the other hand, you need a soul to be enlightened to a level to be able to understand that can guide others. And that is the job of what we call the knowledge seekers. And this will create huge problems for what we call the Keshe Foundation, and personally for my life. The attempt of my life has been to end this, that people don't become enlightened. And another stop. Because the knowledge we share creates that condition of understanding and enlightenment for the others. And this is what the religious leaders and world government leaders are afraid of, educating people. Because when you educate people, you can't abuse people. We've seen that in the history of Iran in the past century. Iran before 1970s was 90%, 95% illiterate. And mullahs and ayatollahs could say anything. They could not read Arabic or understand Quran and made whatever they like because they had a turbine. People believed it because they could not read to us. Now, 95% of the nation is well educated. They don't understand rhetoric and made up. And then leaders cannot accept because they cannot fool anymore. And when it comes to that point, it becomes end of the term because people don't accept. The same thing is in Vatican. We see it in Italy. People don't go to church anymore. Very few. And do they believe in what the Pope says? Because there's so much abuse in that building that people start looking at what is the truth and what is there. And do we accept what they say? Because they get educated to understand. And that's what it's become. The promised one, the final, for the promised one is when your soul gets enlightened to understand the truth about yourself and your creation and your creator without anyone in between. And this is why we say every one of you is Mehdi, because you have to get yourself to that point, to that threshold. And this is one of the reasons Keshe Foundation teachings are banned from all televisions and everything, because once people understand this, we don't need them to control. But man uses television to reach the soul of the man to reach. It's very easy. But the soul of the man has to be educated. So when we say we are Mehdi, all of us are. And what we call is our own understanding of elevation of our own soul. And your job, once you understand, is to share. Otherwise, you'll be deprived. A pocket, when it's full, cannot receive more. You have to empty the pocket that you can get more in, that you can share more. It's, as I said once to one of the knowledge seekers, life is like a swimming pool, and it's got a, what do you call it, a pipe and a tap. The pipe keeps on putting the water in, and you've got the control. When it reaches to a level, it doesn't let any more to come in the pool, unless on the other side of the pool you get a bucket and empty and take out of it. Then the floater goes down and the more can come in fresh. And that's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers and every messenger. It's a pool of knowledge. And we stand on one side of it and we spread out, take more out, and the more comes with the fountain of life and knowledge from the Creator. You're that man with a bucket in hand to water the plants, which is the life of the man, and to let it grow, both in physicality and the soul. Your second question.
Thank you very much for that profound response and very detailed. I appreciate that very much, and I'm glad that part of Keshe Foundation. My second question was about you just said a few minutes ago that Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has been now officially headquartered in Austria. And I was wondering what this means in terms of we are working within Iran, as you have said before. Thank you very much.
We came after the incident with Fabio, which was planned, and those who we kicked out of the foundation knew about my assassination, which happened by accident to become his. They thought they will finish the Keshe Foundation. And I could not teach in Italy anymore because the burden of the death of Fabio was too much. We moved out of Italy more or less, or I moved out of Italy more or less to Africa and then to China. And by whatever, we came to Austria. And knowing the situation, living in England and in Belgium, and then exiles from there to Italy, and then Africa and China. Coming to Austria, we found a peaceful nation. You'll be amazed how safe this nation is. And safety and living in peace is one of the cornerstones of my life. I never was allowed to have peace. And when I chose and we came here, we found peace, and then peace came into my private life by getting rid of those who were agitating and continuously creating and informing the government to kill. And in staying in Austria, we found a peaceful nation where we can support in a professional, legal way and correct way the structure of the Keshe Foundation. And to that means I set out with the help of the Dr. Cross Pereira to set up the condition for the establishment of the home base for the Keshe Foundation. Then what we went from country to country. In Italy, we couldn't have establishment. We went from the north to south. From north to south to live because of the misconduct of the person who we kicked out the foundation. It became impossible to live in the house in the north where we started the Keshe Foundation Space Institute for the conditions of absolute misconduct, which became public to the whole area, and we could not stay there anymore. And in the south became the same. And then we found out it's also all getting poisoned and then murder of family. We found peace in Austria. And with it, we set up slowly establishing, making the ground that we find permanent home. And we established the first company, which is the Keshe Foundation, Austria. And then it came the other branches of, now it's about 7 companies under the banner of the Keshe Foundation Austria, and most of the subsidiaries of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, except Markray, is controlled and held by the Austrian company as a parent company. And that process allowed us to create the Keshe Foundation space, GmbH, which allowed us now to become a space organization. Keshe Foundation, the space program, always has been on the internet and teaching on the background of different structures. Now it's an independent flight system company. We can test, we can produce, we can manufacture. We've been given this permission by the Austrian authorities. Then we set up the Keshe Foundation TV on the same way. And now the Keshe Foundation Space Institute has become a registered company. And we physically are opening what we call a university institute, research institute. It's not anymore that you come on the teaching of 9 to 5 on the internet. We are securing premises as a first institute here, and then it moves into Arizona and Tehran. And there is negotiation with Chinese government to extend this to Beijing, to do the institute, and there is some agreements with the Chinese authorities at the moment. So, even the Chinese and other structures of the institute now are physically a company. Now we can do research, not just the way you do it as knowledge seekers. We can apply to do a research in, let's say, effects of the corona. And because we are an institute, we are allowed to research, we can budget it, we can instruct and employ and bring scientists to do the research officially. This is the change. And now we are a GmbH owned by the Keshe Foundation Austria. We can operate totally different. Up to now, you did the research somewhere or you did something somewhere. Now we can do it and structure it as an institute, publish papers, and bring other world scientists and give a different dimension, the legal structure that you can buy. And this is the beauty of the Keshe Foundation Institute. In the next few weeks, we'll present you with the Institute physical research centers. And not only we bring the knowledge seekers, but we bring the scientists from around the world to do research the way we do. The way it's done systematically with everything which fulfills the present scientific criteria. KF Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on the internet, which I've seen hundreds of you are joining to be a student of, now has a physical structure institute research. We have not made it to university. We keep it as an institute because to make it to university, then we have to give degrees and all sorts of things. Keep it as an institute allows us to do research straight on top end of the market of the science. And then we'll see the next step. Keshe Foundation has now as a company, as I said, in Austria. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is a company. Keshe Foundation is space to develop the space technology. First time in Austria. We're doing this as a company. Then we have other side of the production of the Keshe Foundation and others. We are now 7 companies. A parent company helps Keshe Foundation, what we call Austria, which Keshe Foundation Austria does all the negotiations with all the governments and different part of the Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation Austria owns 99% shares of the Keshe Foundation China, which is a multi companies again itself the same. Now we have established the Keshe Foundation in England that will expand to the same way with what we call the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers in UK. I'll be paying a visit in UK very soon to establish the whole structure of the center there. Then we have the same thing in Arizona, which John is now as a center, it become an institute, the flight system, the same pattern. And we have invited the American military at the highest level and NASA to join us in the institute in Arizona. We now set up the same thing in Tehran with the support and work of the USAID. So Keshe Foundation now is taking shape, exactly the same thing all over the world, but headquarters operating out of Austria. And we have now, we do everything very professionally. We don't rely on knowledge, as I said before. We bring experts to do the job. I explained to you what we've done with Mark Ray. You will see Mark Ray will, on the support and the lending from the Keshe Foundation, will start a massive development in US and research. But that's when we complete the agreement with Mark Ray and we push to the next steps. Mark Ray forward planning is to come into NASDAQ, and that way we allow most of the knowledge seekers to be involved in a deeper way in what we call what they want to be part of, to be done in an international level. We brought experts with thanks to Armin and John and the new team which has joined us. We have brought international auditors into the Mark Ray, and everything you will see will be reported perfectly to create a condition that becomes the backbone of the spread of the technology around it. We have the same structure now with the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute in Austria will become Keshe Foundation Spaceship Tehran, Arizona, and the other places. And we have created a very close team to run everything, but with the experts. We bring a team of experts and the people who are responsible for a country with the advice of the experts we bring in, we develop. It's not just knowledge seekers to do it anymore, we did before. Step by step, we go for collaboration with experts of each section and each country. And the Spaceship Institute now, as a scientific institute, accepted and registered into the structure of the Austrian government, becomes a proper qualified research, and as a research center into a space in energy, in medicine, and everything else, allows us to literally, when we say with the new plasma condition, these are the things, we release the scientific, we bring knowledge seekers, doctors who can do the research and get, what do you call it, qualified research, that when the institute releases the research paper, is bona fide. It stands on its own strength, step by step. And this is the change. It's not just on the internet anymore. It's a company with address and with the capability, thanks to a lot of work done by Klaus and the Keshe Foundation team now in Austria, that is getting kicked up to the next step. We are recruiting a lot of people, knowledge seekers and non-knowledge seekers, in the background and in the front, to make sure everything is done specifically, everything is done correctly to every step. You will see the new catalogs, you will see a lot of things now is getting done. We have literally, we're not relying on knowledge seekers, it's done, paid by employees of the Keshe Foundation around the world. We changed in the past year because there's nobody to report to, stop or distract or cause problem for us. The knowledge seekers who sit on the top of the structure work as one team, and it's working. And we expect a massive expansion in many directions, and we feed it back too. That's why if the Universal Council can actually do their job properly, you can tell us where you want the next enhancement flight unit, but the institute, which is the research center of the whole lot, has to be happy with what goes on. We're just not sending a unit to be there for some people, kids in the university to play with. Your nation has to become a player in a space technology, not something just come in and kept in the back garage or in part of the university. We have become professional and we work that way. And we have worked with the knowledge seekers who actually carry the expertise and outside expertise we brought in. There's no game to play the way it was done. If we get somebody, now you want to stop something with Keshe Foundation, you have to go to big institutes who work with us, back us, advise us, and see how much you can play. And we keep our eyes open. Institutes can be interfered to as well. But now we work through consultancies. Last night we brought in a new consulting team with our work. And the knowledge seekers who are responsible for that section are sitting with the, what they call it, the experts, that the work in it has of the Keshe Foundation, all the Keshe Foundation is carried out. And we actually teach them. And it's not anymore, if we kill Mr. Keshe, everything stops. Now you've got to kill hundreds of people to stop this process. So we bend it gradually. And we've done it gradually. A bunch of pedophiles in Germany and in Linz and in Austria or in Belgium, just making fake names and making things on the internet, it's long gone. You got to understand that the Keshe Foundation Austria now has been brought to become an industrial organization. We are not a company with the permission of Austrian government, we become industrialists, which means we bring industry and governments protect the industries because they create jobs. Keshe Foundation from now on is an industrial organization, not just the Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation GmbH Austria is an industrial conglomerate organization which is set up to become working across with different companies of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. Will become a massive workforce and a massive bringing assets to Austria from now on, now that the government has changed the Keshe Foundation status to industrial status. Government trading companies come and go. Industrials bring long-term jobs to the country, and we have shown it to the Austrian government, and thanks to a lot of work by the Keshe Foundation team, both by Klaus and Caroline and the others in the background, has given us that facility to be there. And we stick to it. We have chosen Austria to be the headquarters of the Keshe Foundation, not only just because I live here, we become independent of where I live, but it becomes a center point in a very safe country, in a safe nation, with a defined rules and regulations which reinforces us, the rest of the companies work with, to fall within that boundary of definition of the rules of the Austrian government. And it doesn't matter where we are, we have to live under some government somewhere. And I think we have chosen the right country for, what do you call it, to bring a professional, solid scientific organization into working solid and professional across the planet. And that's the reason We are in Austria, and that's why Keshe Foundation Space Institute now, as a company, can do a lot of research. You bring the research to us, our team recognizes, yes, there is a need for it, we can do something with it. A team of minimum 3, you join in, you'll be given the laboratories, you'll be given the facilities, you say you want to be 6 months, I'm supporting my own time and I want to do the research, scientific paper, you'll be registered with the government that such a research is going on, that when it comes to it, they'll research it, we have a track record that this research has been done. We bring in other universities and the rest of the scientists to work with us. We become well organized and it's taking time, but we are there now. As I said to our people, just because we are given the Keshe Foundation space, GmbH as a company, and the government doesn't allow you. They studied, they analyze what we can do, what is possible, and they want to have their inspectors in their production line and in testing. We said, no problem. So we have officially, like any other company, as a flight system, we now operate on that structure. And all the enhancement units price system has to pass the regulation of the Austrian government before it goes, because they put the inspectors in our production system. And that's what we agreed in our meetings with them. Any other question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And my wish is that the peace you have found be everlasting. And we definitely look forward to the spread or expansion of all these good things, all these scientific discoveries and into Africa and the world. Thank you very much. Indeed.
Thank you very much. You know, I love Africa, and I've tried many times to work within Africa. And now we have the structures which bring that into the next step, how we can operate in Africa. We're working with the ambassadors and a couple of leaders in Africa that we don't run into the problem of being bribed in the background by the, what we call, others through Belgium or somewhere else. We have set up a structure for Africa, and you will see us coming up in a couple of nations in a very solid way through the work of the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers inside the government. You will see us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Just remember that it doesn't get better than Kenya. So when you concentrate on
the
Kenya,
whole of Africa is beautiful. I have traveled enough across Africa. It's a continent which takes your life and your love.
Yeah, that's my way of inviting you to Kenya. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much indeed.
Best
We were about
wishes.
to come to have a conference with you, but the corona came.
Yes.
It just happened that way. No problem. Shall we call it a day, Rick?
Sure, Mr. Keshe, you're kind of into double, triple overtime here now, so don't think we can afford to.
I had an international conference at 1 o'clock. I'm 2 minutes late.
Ah, very good.
Okay.
Out of the fire or into the frying pan or something like that. Okay, thanks, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Thank you indeed for today, and I hope we enjoy the rest of the knowledge we share in the future with each other. Thank you.
Well, thank you for today's teaching, which was in detail in many areas, and we look forward to more of the same in the future knowledge seekers workshops here. Thank you. Okay, that brings to an end today's workshop, but people that still have questions open can bring them into next week's workshop so we can have a look at them there. Thank you everybody for participating and offering your questions today to help move along the understanding of the plasma technology. And we look forward to the next public teaching is with the One Nation, One Planet One Race for World Peace and Justice. And that will be on Tuesday. Let me just get the date here. Tuesday, January 26th. And that's starts at 4 p.m. So sorry, it's Tuesday, January 25th, 26th, 25th. And that starts at 4 p.m. Central European time. Okay, thanks everyone. I'll play a couple of the Keshe Foundation videos to go out with here. And thank you again for being present in today's workshop.